we haven't got the evacuation procedure, but our evacuation procedure, as we all know, is to head out through the nearest exit should the alarm sound. And for us, that's out of that door, and we wait to be assembled and ticked off the list by our most senior officer, which will be either Alison or Kath, will take charge of it. Kath is pointing at Alison, so it's Alison tonight, she's in the seat. We're not planning on an evacuation, so if you do hear the alarm, it is because something's to evacuate through that door. Then apologies for absence. I have had apologies from Councillor Humphreys, and I have substitute Councillor Jarvis, and I have apologies from Councillor Taylor and substitute Councillor Osborne. So welcome to the offices. Just moving on to the disclosable and non-disclosable and non-pecuniary interests. Does anyone have any items on the agenda tonight? No, that's fine. And then public participation. Definitely. And then if we move on to agenda item 5, which is the minutes of the Resources Board held on 3rd of June. Copy to be approved as a correct record. So I'll just go through that. Page 5 on here. 1 of 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So, got any comments on that? As a proposer for the minutes of the prior meeting? Yeah. Councillor Watson, and second, Councillor Barnett, thank you. I'll sign those and give those back to. Yes. No, it will be long. It's no usually long. It's quite not that on. That's quite good. Right, moving on to agenda item 6. Thank you. I'll put it over there, then I can't destroy the place with it again. Moving on to agenda item.
No wrestle.
I saw that. You.
Yes, that's fine. Really. So moving on to agenda item 6 of tonight's agenda, the environmental health and private sector housing enforcement policy. So within the appendix, we've got all the details of that and those policies that need to be approved this evening. So these are. Got any comments on those?
Well, they were agreed the last time, and then we've subsequently been out to consultation, and we didn't have any comments at all. So they're back here tonight, having had no comments following the consultation, to say, can we finally approve them and we can start enforcing.
Absolutely. Any comments from anyone? Councillor Simpson.
Thank you. I'm sorry to raise it when perhaps I should have raised it last time, but my concern really relates to section 7.2 of the paper. I haven't got the reference to the policy, but it's where, if you like, the level of enforcement action is lower.
Okay.
And there it says, in certain circumstances, contravention of the law may not warrant any action. I generally doubt it. I think contraventions of the law should always require action unless there are specific, very solid reasons to the contrary. This can be done where the cost of compliance to the offender outweighs the detrimental impact of contravention. Chairman, I'm sure you're aware, we have an epidemic of fly tipping and littering. An awful lot of people are seriously fed up with people being perceived to simply get away with it. And the number of times fly tippers are either not or inadequately pursued is a scandal. If this policy implies that people who are caught fly tipping get no action because the cost to them of of fixing the problem outweighs the effect of it, then I simply cannot support this policy. It's not acceptable and it's wrong.
Thank you. I think just to come back on that point, I think the list of actions and examples of main types of action, I mean, no action is always an option. It's not an option we would advocate, but it is always in there in the suite of options, isn't it? Do nothing is always one of the choices. Definitely in the example you gave, I certainly wouldn't support taking no action on fly tipping either. And and I think one of the things we discussed in the C&E board that preceded this one was increasing the fines for fixed penalty notices for fly tipping particularly. So I don't think that's the direction that, of travel of this council, actually. So that isn't what we want. So those two things I don't think are mutually exclusive. But I don't think we could, but having no action as one of our options, should we choose it, and that be a choice that we make, I think is a reasonable option. Not that it depends on what it is, not in terms of fly tipping, not in terms of, I don't know, landlords behaving inappropriately, and we would want to look to fine them up to as it says in here, one of the things up to £30,000 for their, disregard of the regulations and things like that. So I think it depends on the context, and we'd have to understand that. But as a suite of options, not making a choice not to do something is always one of them, isn't it? Compared to, criminal application, financial penalty notice, all the things that are in that list. It starts at one extreme, goes to the other. I think it's just within that suite. It's my take on that and how I read that.
That sounds entirely reasonable. But my experience recently, and admittedly before civil penalties were introduced in this policy, there were a significant number of fly tippers who were not appropriately punished. And in fact, a number of fly tippers who were apprehended by the police themselves were not appropriately punished. So my concern, I'm sorry, remains that if we have a situation where no action will be taken on fly tipping and littering, I don't think it's acceptable.
So how can we add into there a caveat around that, where that would have to be, go through a different level of, if we choose not to take any action on something, that, that's not at the first port of call, is it? That's not the first option. The option's to do something. So how would you take that forward? What do you think about that, Angela?
I mean, through you, Chair, we could add a caveat to particular part of the recommendation that would be no action, because I agree with you, it's just trying to get a balanced view, isn't it? I mean, we could put something in that's guidance around it that would be rarely used, and there would have to be some sort of escalation before we decide to take no action whatsoever, because this policy is about being clear about what action we will take. That's really what it's about. So we could change some of the wording so that it's used very rarely and with advice and escalation, so that somebody's just not taken, if I can say, the easy way out, or well, we won't bother, it's not worthwhile, that it's actually properly considered and weighed up.
Yeah. And signed off almost.
And signed off,
with an authorisation level that's beyond.
Yeah.
I think is that reasonable?
John, I'll listen to what everybody else has got to say, but I think it costs this authority getting on for £500,000 a year to clean up fly tipping. As a person who pays my community tax, I don't think letting people off with it is. I mean, and it's almost like I'd like to see it rather than simply fining people, because quite a lot of people it may be accidental, it may be inadvertent, they may not be able to afford it. Another method, sort of akin to the community service order, we have to go and pick it up, clean it up. There has to be something, not simply no action.
Councillor Osborne, then Councillor Phillips, then Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just listening to what Mark's had to say there, I'm just trying to think of what circumstances where we would take no action. I think it'd have to be a pretty unusual set of circumstances where somebody hasn't done something to take no action. If somebody has done something under the Environmental Protection Act, then we have a duty to have some consequences at least. So no action would seem to be a very blunt tool that doesn't really serve the council or the public. I think it'd have to be a not guilty, really, for it to be no action. Unless anybody else has got any circumstances they can think of that we wouldn't take any action, I'm really sure how that would be appropriate.
The example given here in the text is, and may be a case where, say, you were going to take action against a trader and they're not trading anymore. That entity doesn't exist anymore. It's very difficult to take action against something that isn't trading or doesn't exist. So I suppose it's the options as opposed to what you would prefer to do. That's the example given here in the text. So maybe we need to chew that one over a bit and think about that.
That's actually about to say. So we've decided on numerous occasions to write off claimants against claimants because they don't exist or for other reasons. And I sort of took it to mean also that any enforcement would potentially sort of make someone homeless or kick them back into the system in a more detrimental manner. So I assumed it was also sort of a bit of a catch-all to release that sort of situation too, where we're not punitively making someone's life worse for a simple mistake. Also, a community order or go clean it up instead of just kicking them out of their council accommodation, making them homeless, putting them back into the system lower down, making a bigger problem. I assumed it was more of a preventative measure for that too, like a safety valve. So if someone's made a big life decision to stay, we shouldn't be destroying their entire life as a council, especially as we have to potentially help them on the other side. So that's sort of language around community orders maybe. It's sort of a bit where there's a buffer between do nothing, but if someone has made a mistake, there should be some recompense, even if it's just go and do some picking for a couple of hours.
Councillor Jarvis?
Thank you, Chair. I think just expanding on what Mark has said, if it's words to the effect that all instances will be fully investigated and then appropriate action will be taken, the appropriate might then include nothing. But all instances will be fully investigated and appropriate action will be taken. And then it's what the appropriate action is. But I think it's key that everything is investigated.
Yeah, and I think, just to come back on you, I think that is, when we're notified in point 6, if we receive information that may lead to enforcement action against an individual or business, etc. And then it says that this could, as soon as practicable, notify them, and that's when the investigation would take place. During the process of enforcement investigation, people are communicated to, and then the next step is deciding what level of enforcement action is appropriate. So that's in the policy,
I still
item
think
6 to 7.
that we need to start with the fact that it will be investigated.
Yeah, but that's what this bit says.
That's the first line.
6,
All
point
offences
6
will be
is that,
investigated.
isn't it? Point 6 is that, the point before that. So point 7 is the bits about the level of enforcement action that Mark's raised about 7.2, which is no action, and 7.3 is informal action. 7.4 is fixed penalty. So it goes through all the different action types. But point 6, is when you get alerted to the fact that there might be an infringement of some sort that might lead to enforcement action. And 6.2 is the process of investigations. All stakeholders, complaints, etc., will, as appropriate, be kept informed of progress, confidentiality. Maybe we can add into there that all will be investigated. I think in point 6.2, during the process of enforcement investigation, where all potential infringements will be investigated. Something along the lines, just adding those words in there, where all will be investigated. Does that satisfy that?
I think that's it. The first line has got to be, we're going to investigate it. It's not the first line currently.
But I don't think you can come to any conclusion without investigating it, can you? You can't come to any conclusion without that.
I think it's the perception of the way it's worded is that If you do it, it will be investigated.
Okay, Councillor Stewart.
Yeah,
Councillor Parsons.
again, I totally concur, and I totally understand where Councillor Giles is coming from. I'm always grateful for Councillor Simpson's scrutineering eye to the detail. Policies are fantastic, but you don't want to get hamstrung by them as well at the same time. And the reason why we've got that option is because, thankfully, we live in a very civilized part of the world. But if there was a widespread desire, literally, to carry out a dirty protest, does that have widespread things? Is that we've made that commitment? Have we got the ability to resource all of those investigations? And then follow through an investigative action. And in that kind of situation, we might have to take the practical things. But I'm always very outcome focused. I think what this gives us the opportunity to do, on the basis of passing any resolution here tonight, is to put out another very, very strong message to the community and to the less valid parts of that community to say, we're taking a tough line on fly tipping, and these are the numbers that you call, and this is where you report it, and this is how we go and take action of it. And I think that message can puts out what Mark wants, what Councillor Simpson wants to go and achieve, in terms of saying that actually this is not, this is a blight, and it's something that we do take very seriously. And I think that message is the key thing, rather than the minutiae of the language, which might actually end up thinking, in years to come.
Okay. Councillor Watson. Oh, Councillor Parsons. Councillor Watson. Sorry.
Go on, you crack on.
Oh, right. Thank you. Yes, I understand, entirely the point that Councillor Simpson is making, and it is a very valid point. However, it does say in certain circumstances, and that absolutely implies that there is an investigation. You can't know the circumstances if you don't investigate, as it were. So I think that is there, and I think the policy is fairly clear, as you pointed out, Chair, about the steps we are going to take if this is there. The one thing I would sort of caution, and this is my sort of rider. Certainly, I know this is not planning, but in planning, we come across building firms, small builders, who go out of business almost on a regular basis, as it were, and that is something that we very definitely need to be aware of. It's a very good example. Do you follow somebody who is genuinely ceased trading? But not all circumstances where people cease trading are indeed permanent or genuine, and that's, I believe that there is sufficient in this policy to cover those instances without binding us rigorously. But it does need a weather eye, and Councillor Simpson is absolutely right to point that out.
Yes, thanks, Chair. If just a suggestion, because I've written numbers of policies and looking at the way the policy is structured, if we were to move no action from the top to the bottom, i.e. it's the last option, the last resort, and then include the words that Angela said, that this will only be used in exceptional circumstances following appropriate approval and escalations, etc. I think just seeing it first almost goes on.
Makes you think it's the favoured option.
Yeah, just move it to the bottom and include those words that Angela's already suggested, because you leave the option in there.
Councillor Barnett.
Well, actually, I was just going to say exactly that, so the next one.
Okay. Councillor Simpson.
No, I think we're all being very reasonable, and that's right. And nobody, I think, wants, certainly I don't want to get into a position of being exceptionally punitive and damaging to an individual. But I'm just focusing what the words say. Where the cost of compliance to the offender outweighs the detrimental impact. Isn't that what punishment is all about? Isn't that what fines do? And we're setting ourselves up here with that, I think, to fail. Now, there are always examples of where you would very, very adversely affect an individual. But a lot of these things are not aimed at individuals. So I look at the stuff that we're dealing with here in section 1.3, talking about private hire taxis and alcohol and gambling. We're talking about problems in the private housing sector. food hygiene in shops. There's an awful lot of these things that, frankly, I don't really want to be that reasonable. If someone has got significant issues, I really don't want no action to be an opportunity. I'm wary at the same time of informal action and advice. Now, given what everyone has said, I think that that's a reasonable compromise. But Chairman, I'd like this to be the subject of a regular report on performance to the board. Because I have to tell you, what I have seen since I became more involved with issues on fly tipping and littering is that there is a very significant amount of issues up to this point where there has been very little investigation and no punishment. It shouldn't be costing us £500,000 a year to pick up the effects of fly tipping for nothing to happen.
Absolutely, I agree with that.
And that's where we are at the minute. Now, okay, moving into civil penalties is a step forward. But I think a lot of us really want to see positive action to discourage people from doing it. And I'm the last to say the only way to do that is to fine and incarcerate people. There are plenty of other ways of encouraging to do that. And I think that from what everyone is saying, I think we can agree that there is. But what I really want to do is put a marker down that this should be a very, very irregular
Absolutely.
result.
I agree with that.
There has to be a marked change in delivery from where we are until now going forward, where too much of this has gone in no action or informal action and advice. I understand in different contexts within planning how many people are utterly frustrated when we say it is inappropriate to take enforcement action. People have gone to the trouble of notifying us of an issue, and we then decide it's not worth doing anything about it. These things are always worth doing something about it to the person who is making the complaint. They are the one putting up with the adverse effects. And for us to say we're not going to do anything, whilst it may appear reasonable to us, rarely will appear reasonable to them. But as a whole, as a community, we have got a tidal wave of fly tipping. Every day there is fly tipping. And where we are fortunate enough to catch them, we should by and large not be doing 721 or 731. But I'm happy that we leave it in and take a measured view. But I think the evidence of that has got to be a regular report to us explaining what we have done. It can be anonymised to take away the individual company's names. But I do want to be convinced that we're doing something.
I've got a problem with that, and I would expect myself that no action is rarely ever used if we've got to the point of investigating something. And it might be that we've been informed of something that's malicious, where we would choose to take no action. We do get a little bit of that as well. We have got to be minded to the environment within which we operate. Okay, that's quite. I think everyone's spoken on that one. So, is there anything else on this? Are you happy for me to move that to the vote? I'm happy to propose that from the chair. I'll second on that. Councillor Davey, all in favour? Thank you, that's carried. It's quite a weighty document, so thank you for that, Angela. We'll work that's gone into that. Agenda item. This is the Social Housing Regulator Consumer Standards. So, the Housing Committee much more thoroughly aware of the regulators' consumer standards changes in requirements and the developments within that. As that's the committee that Councillor Clues chairs, and that meets fairly regularly as an offshoot of this committee. Within there tonight, we've got recommendations to us that we approve the draft policy on equalities, diversity and inclusion, that the draft policy on hate crime be considered and approved, and the policy on domestic abuse be considered and approved, and that a growth bid of £12,240 be agreed to purchase the case management software for ASB and damp and mould, so that we can have some of those people that are reporting those things report them in a much more efficient and succinct way, so that we can manage those on a case-by-case basis with a lot more information that's collected more directly from the person raising the complaint. And then E, that the growth bid of 40,000 be to a working change hand to deliver damp and mould remedial works. Obviously, that's a growing issue, something we need to really get on top of. We want to work on that as a council and make sure that we're delivering for our residents. So there's A to E there. A to C are mandatory as part of the suite of policies that we need to have as part of that consumer standards. Are there any questions on any of those items on the agenda tonight? Councillor Barnett and Councillor Simpson.
So this is on item D. I imagine the council must have case management software. I'm not quite sure I understand what's specific about these types of scenarios that need different software.
Okay, I'll let Angela answer that.
We don't have any case management software for antisocial behaviour or for damp and mould. For antisocial behaviour, out of the satisfaction measures that we've given to the regulator and are about to be published this month, those that were reporting antisocial behaviour said that the staff were helpful, but they found getting through how we try to work things quite difficult. So, you know, we say we need to understand what's happening on a constant basis. So we send them diary sheets, which are a bit of a pain sometimes to fill in and all of that sort of thing. And then sometimes they come in a paper form, sometimes they come in on the different softwares that we've got. And so this would put everything in one place as case management. It's got quite a nifty app, so that if somebody has got a problem at 9 o'clock at night, they can record it, voice record it, or they can take a photograph if something's happening, and then that would come into the case officer in the morning. And it also has got tracking, so that we've got workflows to say these are what our targets are, and this is what we need to be doing. And managers are able to track that, and then we can review cases in one place. It shouldn't be a deal breaker for dealing with antisocial behaviour that we have got different systems, but we have found, as we've looked to see what we need to do differently, that is a factor, not the whole factor, but it is a factor. So we haven't got something that's in one place. And then just to labour the point on damp and mould. So damp and mould, we have got a designated surveyor that goes out pretty quickly once we get a report to do the diagnosis, and they then put the work in the system, or we get specialist advice and push on to get the work done. But again, as AWOB's law is going to be brought in by the new government, the same as previous government, they are expecting us to be more connected into tenants around case management in that. And again, so if we go out, we then have to send the tenant pretty quickly a notification about what we're going to do and when we're going to do it. And again, it's an interactive case management system, so that if we go and we sort the mould out and we clear, if it happens again, we'd be able to take a photograph of it and say it's coming back, and it feeds sort of straight in. So it isn't just about us in our officer world on case management, it reaches out into people who have got a particular problem, antisocial. It's really quite a nifty case management system. It's been around quite a long time, so we're not new to it. And we just think it would just enhance what we do on the ground and help to draw tenants in as well in a more interactive way in how we're managing things.
So it's specifically designed for those scenarios, this software?
It's
Or is it just that it's a better case management
yeah,
system? than what we've got?
well, it's particularly focused on antisocial behaviour. So that's how it's grown up over the years. But in the common parlance of these things, it's very configurable. They always tell you that, don't they? And then
I think
it's
that's what I
not.
was trying to get at.
Yeah, so it's very configurable till it's not. But it's configurable in the way that it's designed. So going from antisocial behaviour, you can design it for other things.
Yeah.
So Helen's, my colleague behind me, we talked about antisocial behaviour, and when I was in front of him, I said, "Oh, would this work for damp and mould?" And he said, "Yeah, it's that people are using it for that." So it is configurable in a different way.
Yeah.
But we went in the room about antisocial behaviour.
Yeah, okay. I think I was wondering whether it's something, if it is, better than what we've got in other scenarios, whether it's something that could be rolled out in other areas as well.
Yes. Yeah, well, you like to think, yeah. It doesn't always work that way.
Councillor Simpson?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm really interested at what Councillor Barnett's question was. I mean, my issue really is damp and mould, because it is a significant problem across the country. It is getting worse. In housing today, housing, whatever it is, I read at work, every week there are material issues of damp and mould where landlords are being fined significant amounts of money for simply not addressing this issue. I was a bit surprised at how antisocial behaviour and damp and mould fit into the same computer system. But, prepared to accept what they could be, but
Evidence collation.
We know some people, like the AWAB, have died because of damp and mould. There are plenty of other cases where people's life expectancy has been significantly reduced because of damp and mould, and we absolutely know that this affects the very young, the very old, and those with respiratory issues. And we equally know that in North Warwickshire we have a significant population, or share, part of the population that have got respiratory issues. So I think this is critical. We have to do it. The last time I asked, we have a relatively low or non-existent incidence of damp and mould that is reported to us. So on the face of it, we're doing a good job. But I think there is a lot more that can be done, because sometimes, particularly if you're looking at the elderly section of society, they would feel very difficult, embarrassed, shy, if you will, of reporting damp and mould in their house. In my parents, grandparents' generation, that would be seen as negative to them, even though it's not their fault. And we have to try and overcome that, because this stuff does kill people. Okay, out of the thousands of moulds and spores of moulds, there's only 4 which are lethal. But it's not that that's the issue. It's the fact that almost any variety of mould is injurious to people with respiratory conditions, and that's what we really need to focus on. So, I'm very happy with what we're doing. Like Councillor Barnett, I want to be sure it's effective. But it's almost anything that we can do will put us in a better place, and I think I'm very happy to support that.
A huge amount of engagement's happening about that with the team, so this is to enhance and support that. Councillor Clues.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think this piece of kit will be really beneficial, not only for our officers, but for our tenants. Our tenants deserve the best house that we can give them. And I know when I went to the conference with Angela last year, the Ombudsman, and that was the main topic that we spoke about, was damp and mould. And what we've got to realise in North Warwickshire, how old some of our houses are. The estate that I live on, the houses are over 100 years old. And the only time that we had damp and mould was when we put central heating in and double glazing in, because the houses weren't made for it. So if this piece of kit can keep up with, this happened at number 7 today, and then 12 months later, number 7 must go another little problem. And we know that because we've already seen the picture of it, probably that big, and now it's that big. Shouldn't we, as councillors, recognise this is what we need for our tenants? And as Councillor Simpson said, as AWAB's law now, we've really got to take this up, because tenants now have the law on their side. If we're not giving them the best living conditions that they can, this is where, we should never, ever fail. I'm happy to move recommendations if there's no more questions.
I'll have a proposer. Do I have a second? Or if there's anything else? I've got several there. So Councillor Osborne, I think you were first. So let's propose a second. All in favour of agenda item 7? That's carried. That's unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 8. This is our homelessness strategy. So we had obviously the presentation earlier on, which was incredibly informative, and obviously we've been through that once before with the housing group, those that are on the housing committee subcommittee. It's really compelling information actually. And one of the things that I think I took away from that is actually some of my perceptions were probably not quite right in terms of where our housing needs actually are. Much more so on single people rather than sometimes we focus and think more of families rather than single people with different circumstances. And also some of the shocking elements of that, the increase in requirements that we face because of domestic violence and some of those other categories of need. And then the sheer level of homelessness, as you think that people think awfully a lot about rough sleeping rather than the hidden elements that we know exist within our borough. We heard about an example earlier on from Councillor Ridley. But there's an awful lot of support locally within this borough. North Warwickshire is quite a generous, charitable and supportive borough to live in. And actually there's an awful lot of sofa surfing that goes unknown and unseen and perhaps unreported to us. So we can see that over time that those figures are increasing. So we've got to be prepared and make sure we've got our up-to-date homeless strategy. So following the presentation we had and then the report, are there any questions that people have? So we've got Councillor Clues, Councillor Jarvis and Councillor Brooks.
Similar to what Councillor Ridley said, we have an homeless man at the minute in our ward, and we've all tried to engage with him, really polite young man. So I've engaged with him. I know our housing officers have engaged with him several times. I did have our local police officer go and do a welfare check with him. But he's quite reasonable and he's quite happy just to travel around. And I know one of the residents in the ward and from the church spoke to him, and it seems as wherever he moves to, he tends to be near a church. He said he feels safe near a church, and the parishioners and everybody, provide him with food, provide him with drink, and at the moment he's quite happy where he is. I wouldn't like to think how he's going to get on in a couple of months' time when it goes really cold, but we've tried all the help we can, and I think this situation is just one of those situations that's probably going to get worse. But I would just like to say to our officers, because I know they have engaged them, thank you very much for what you've done, but you can't make an order. You set the orders to the trough, you can't make it. Thank you.
My question was based on the presentation. It's where I was looking at the cost of rental and saying that ours was relatively high. Does it take into account that this is very much a commuter area for the likes of London and Birmingham? And obviously, if somebody's going to travel up from little commute to London, we're going to pay an arm and a leg down there, or they're going to pay an arm up here. Has that weighting been taken into account with that?
Yeah, you've only got one landlord.
No, but it's the value, isn't it?
It's also an average because across the borough, you've got some places that are much more expensive to rent somewhere than others, haven't you? And you see that across the borough. There's real disparity, actually, isn't there, from one end to the other as well?
Yeah, through you, Nick might want to comment, but I suppose it doesn't really matter what the reason is. If the rents are higher for that reason, that means that people who want to live and work locally, it's got an impact on whether they can access that housing, isn't it? So that's just the impact on, people can't access private housing because they can't afford it. So more and more are coming our way for the affordable housing we can provide.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. What's important to me is just thinking broader, is looking more joined up thinking as well as we go with this. Because what I don't want to see is either sort of just going to use don't want to stereotype, but it's just an example of my bunch at the moment. I don't want to see a single mother who can't drive with 3 children dumped into a small village like mine, where she has no family, there are no facilities to hand, there's no buses, there's nothing in walking distance, and there's no school places. So I think it's great that we are looking at housing stock and everything, but we really must be careful that we make sure we put people where they need to be. Now, if they could be, let's say, put Woodend and their families nearby, that's great. But it's that joint thinking I think is important too. If we're going to be helping people out of situations, we should be putting them in places where they need to be to thrive, not where they're going to wither on the vine. And that's the point I like to make.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, going back to what Angela said, I sort of agree that that's the highlight figure. Is it preventing people from getting on the rental, and how much is it squeezing the budgets? I noticed there was some comparators that they put up around us. That's how they've obviously made the graph. But it's not lost on me that this is a strategy that we're doing as a whole. So there's going to be lots of different elements in the strategy that we've all seen illustrated, and lots more in the heavy tome that we've got to read. But this is a live document as well. I'm sure as time goes on and the strategy will adapt what we see coming in. The graphs and figures, we've got to be able to adapt to those and move that strategy into the areas where it can bring these figures down. So it's not a fixed point in time, it's an evolving strategy along with the need that's presenting itself.
Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Tim. I'd just like to wholeheartedly agree with Councillor Phillips. There is a real issue here about putting people in need, however we define that and whatever their needs are, into housing simply because it's there. A great example of that is the development we gave consent for a year or so ago at Middleton, which in the fullness of time will be joined to Birmingham because of the Peddymore Sustainable Urban Extension. So it will be sustainable or urban at the minute. It's in the middle of the countryside. And there are about 300 houses being there, of which we will have an element of social housing. At the minute, there's no doctor, there's no school, no shop, no bus. It's just a bunch of houses sitting in the middle of when they're built, there'll be a bunch of houses sitting in the middle of the field. I think there are lots of things we can do to improve on that and to actually allocate where we're putting houses with a heart as well as a financial look to it. My original question was going to be really on the presentation, where I'm getting old, so the amount of time between looking at the presentation and now, I've sort of forgot the number. But I think it said something like our housing need had been assessed at around 172 houses a year. Borough Plan foresees us developing 237 houses a year at the minute, and the government's revised number that we had from the Deputy Prime Minister was about 251 houses a year. I only remember those, Chairman, because we talked about them at planning last night. It's not that I remember them generally. And I'm not saying this in a negative way, but it's almost, if we are able to deliver on that basis, how far will that go towards fixing the problem? Accepting that broadly, 30% of that development will be social needs housing. So if you like, I'm just trying to calibrate in my head, where are we? We know we have a shortfall. If we carry on at our current projection, where will we be? And, it's trying to understand that. Now, I'm old enough to think we'll never actually fix the problem. It's always going to be there because needs change over time. But I'd really like to understand if 172 is the number and we are successful at delivering a greater number, and if we are then successful at delivering what the government is now saying we should do, where do we get to? Accepting that actually in North Warwickshire we have never built 251 houses a year. It's not really likely to happen. But I'd just like to understand where is the trajectory and when is enough enough?
quite a question. I'm not sure that we get to when's enough is enough, is it? Because
Oh, I
those
think we probably
demands
never
always
get.
change.
Yeah.
But I know what you mean in terms of what our trajectory is, and it's not just what the trajectory is; it's what's the composition, and those parameters constantly move and change. As the change in our borough, we've got a lot more single people. Well, that's the growing trend at the moment? If we look at some of the development where we've got employment land and we attract different people into the borough, will that change to require more families? Is that how is you can recut that every couple of years because that will change. At the moment, this is our priority. So it's not just the number, it's where and the composition and the types, isn't it?
I completely agree with all of what you said. But if the recommendation is 170 something, we're currently aiming at 200 and something, and we will be aiming at almost double the recommendation. That must have an impact.
I think 176 came out of planning colleagues, isn't it?
So it's from your housing needs
Yeah.
assessment, which informs your local plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
clearly your local plan actually sets your targets, but it's the evidence that informs that. And actually, really, I was quoting that because it also recommended a very high proportion of that should be social rented, highlighting the need for your social rented housing within the borough.
And that's where we typically aim at 30% of that. But there is, again, I remember it because it was last night, a new application for 150 or more houses, but that's actually going to be 100%. So there are, I think it's important that we monitor delivery and try and test what we are delivering against what is
that needs
perceived to be the
assessment, yeah.
requirement.
Sorry, Chair, I know we don't have a conversation on Councillor Barnett, but I think what we're saying in the evidence is actually over the last quite a number of years, we have managed to get that balance, and it isn't just about rented, it is about people being able to buy and share ownership. And I think over the years, and I hope the strategy says that, actually we've done pretty well as a council on that. But with the squeeze on the private rent and a squeeze on owner occupation as well, cost of living, you can just see that, as Nick said, staff are doing a good job, council's doing a good job, but we're just squeezing out the other end now. That we've got more people in temporary accommodation, which is always not a good thing, and they're in there a bit longer than they used to be because we've got a bit of a bottleneck with regard to the waiting list and people being able to move through that waiting list in a very old-fashioned way. It's what we've been doing a very long time, but where that works and you get a new estate like we did at Wharton and places like that, it really helps the waiting list. So it's a matter of just keeping an eye on that and making sure that we go. But I would like to just sort of reassure members that when people are assessed as homeless, we do say to them, where do you need to be? Atherstone or wherever. So they do get a choice. And the legislation says that the offer has to be reasonable anyway. And if they don't think it's reasonable and they can't get their kids to school, they can have a review. So yes, sometimes we will nudge people along and say, well, actually, this is what we've got. We haven't got the mood over here. This is what we've got. So let's have a conversation. But generally, yeah, you don't want to be putting people out in the sticks if they can't drive. That's hopeless, isn't it? So
one of the other things we talked about when we reviewed and discussed that homeless strategy was that actually in the past, there was often people were able to privately rent, but one of the barriers to being able to privately rent was poor credit rating. And actually the council being in a position to support as not necessarily a guarantor, but like a deposit support and things like that to help people who would potentially be looking for something we haven't got, but could go into the private rental system, but there are other barriers. And for a 6-month period until they've got their first review process, having some sort of arrangement and being engaged more closely with the private landlords. And that's where, we've talked about a little bit about that, but we used to do something like a guarantor scheme without guaranteeing the rent, if you like, or the condition. But we did have an arrangement of those types to support some people getting back into accommodation where there were other barriers. It wasn't necessarily always the income, it was actually being able to facilitate there's lots of different options within that as well. So we did discuss that a little bit as well, about opening up that sort of strategy and actually being, having different streams, not everybody has the same needs. So it's just being open to different things. Sorry, to you, Councillor Parsons.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, I think clearly there has been good work in North Warwickshire, and we absolutely have to recognise that. But I think, as the presentation showed us, we cannot be complacent, and that is something that needs to come across. This problem is sort of against a difficult background. People face huge problems, not so much sometimes with the level of what they're being asked for, but they're forced very often into private rental accommodation because they can't afford the deposit. In actual fact, when they're in private rented accommodation, they're often paying more than they would be paying for a mortgage. And that is, a trap which is very definitely there, and which very definitely threatens and indeed worries, those of us who are of a younger generation and who are trying to get onto the housing ladder. It is a difficult time. We've also got the right to buy, which is a wonderful thing and a wonderful process. But again, when I was looking at this a couple of years ago, on average, 40% of the properties that come under the right to buy end up eventually in the private rental market. And usually at rents that are at least twice the level that local authorities charge. And that is a problem. It is a difficult background. We're in a relatively good position at the moment, and that is down to a lot of hard work on the part of our officers and indeed good policies. But, the warnings that we're being given are there, I think, and we do need to. Well, complacency is not the order of the day. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bond.
Yeah, just to come back to the issue about the 176, I mean, it did say 113 should be shared social events, so that's a huge proportion. That's over 2/3 recommended to be on social rents. The only other thing I wanted to point out, which I think is a mistake, on page 150, there's a reference to a table showing an increase in the number of cases of single men and women, which I think is probably the ones that were shown on the presentation earlier, but it's missing from the report. Get that added.
Yeah. There's a bigger pack that went with the presentation, so if there are no more questions on that, then I'm happy to propose that from the chair that we push that forward, because the next stage for that is formal consultation. Is that a second that? Councillor Close, thank you. All in favour? Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Moving on to the next agenda item. Thank you for that. That's really, really good. Thank you. If you want to escape, you're more than welcome to do that. Agenda item 9, which is the General Fund Budgetary Control Report for 24-25. Obviously, this is for the first 4 months of the year, so not an enormous amount of movement on that. But if there are any questions before we move that? That's a Simpson.
Thanks, Sarah. I'd just like to understand this issue over agency stroke temporary staff a little bit more, because we do seem to have quite a cost in respect of agency stroke interim, and the report making it clear that quite often can be, when you add on the agency actually can make it more expensive than filling the vacancy. And so I'm sure we have all the appropriate policies and what have you. I'd just like to be comfortable that we've got a clear policy, because fundamentally, whilst there are occasions when it's advantageous to the individual to be employed on an agency basis, I think my moral position is that we should be minimising that and actually employing people in full-time permanent jobs with pensions and everything else as the number one option. And, whilst there are occasional advantages to us and to the individual in not doing that, principle should be re-employ staff.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think one of the things that we're waiting for as part of the process is the senior management structure to be presented. So there's there's that in pipeline, isn't there? So absolutely,
It's a
add
chunk of
everything
money.
onto that. Yeah, absolutely it is.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely right what you say. I mean, there's two sides to the agency interim. You have agency staff when you bring them in for sort of seasonal work, that type of thing. But we have at the moment quite a few key posts. Senior management is one of them where we have got interim staff in, but we've got a new structure that is to be implemented, so there is a plan in place to address that. It just takes time.
It's the timing, isn't it? Councillor Stewart?
Yeah, it's my area, agency staffing. And as been mentioned there, the use for seasonal staffing is there, and ongoing kind of work is that actually agency staff are actually, when they are paid the same as permanent staff, are cheaper. It's a strange concept that actually happens in local government. The agency margin, when it's properly managed, is less than our pension liability, which isn't necessarily all that advantageous. And I had lots of situations where, working in a different local authority, where well-meaning councils would say, all of these people who we've got working in waste, we should get them onto permanent contracts. And we did. And the first thing that happened was all went off sick because they all got access to that. So then we ended up having a lot of agency staff, replacing those agency staff that then got onto a permanent basis, which is lovely because it kept me in work for a decade. But it would be very difficult. But where you do have the situation and where there is, and I will always say this, and this is the case for every local authority in this country, senior management teams are not very good at arguing down agency margins. They're always outside of contracts, and there's always a lot of savings that can be made on those. And we should be stronger, as should every other local authority. And where it is said, well, that's what everyone else pays, that's lovely. But your worker being sat at home is earning you nothing. Yeah, and similarly, it is that they would also go and be registered with someone else who will place them at that margin because they're presently earning nothing on them. So there can be forces that can be brought to bear on that, but don't automatically assume, which is often the case, is that agency staff is an expense that actually is over and above what it is. There just needs to be further breakdown.
Yeah. Okay, Councillor Watson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And doesn't IR 35 also restrict the ongoing long-term use of agency staff or temporary staff?
Yeah, when temporary staff are taken on, then you have to assess whether they're inside or outside of IR 35, and the majority are outside.
Inside. In the public sector, inside.
Yeah, because you're only outside if you can deem your own hours of work and your own sort of thing.
So
So
the majority
If
are.
you're covering a permanent post.
Yeah, the majority that we've appointed, there are very few that aren't inside.
So we have to pay their NI and all that anyway.
No, they pay.
No, they pay their own.
Well, yeah.
That's one of the downsides of being a contractor. You pay your own employers requirements and your own employees.
Which you should always have been paying anyway. You know, that's the big outright consultancy.
Paying your taxation. Surely you're
And you're inside IR 35, you pay both.
Yes,
as
exactly.
individuals.
Yeah.
No, but that's not a cost here, but obviously you pay an increased rate for the short-term nature of the position. Don't you?
Look, I do agree with Councillor Stewart. Often agency staff used appropriately for these short-term kind of contracts are more cost-effective than actually employing someone on pension, public sector pensions, etc.
Welcome. Thank you. Well, obviously it's the first 4 months. There's a lot of movement on. Sorry, Councillor Barnett.
Yeah, obviously it is only the first 4 months, but I did wonder on the Investor Save budget. Obviously, as soon as we can implement anything, as soon as we save money, is there any expectations about when we might get possible options for spending that money?
We're putting together the budget proposals now. updating the medium-term financial strategy. So there probably will be some proposals put forward now to spend some of that, because we put £1 million aside for the investor day. So, there's a significant pot there. But it does involve building business cases to do the return. So that involves resources even putting that together, but we are looking at that now as part of the medium-term strategy update.
Okay, there are no more questions on that. I'll move that from the chair. Anyone? Councillor Simpson? So all in favour? That's unanimous, thank you. Moving on to agenda item 10, which is the insurance contract renewal. This is a request for additional funding for the insurance contract when it was renewed in July 24. There was a 26.4% increase in the premium. It has been extended to the point now, contract with Zurich, to the point where we need to go out to tender. So that will be the next stage. But this is a request for supplementary funds to be added to the insurance budget of £91,529 to cover that. And that's been driven by the fact that we've had claims which include two house fires. So any questions on that? Councillor Simpson.
Thanks, Chairman. This genuinely is, I think, quite concerning. We are buying insurance in a market of one. Zurich Municipal is about the only person flogging insurance to local authorities instead. And if we've had a 26% increase this year, that's not going to go away. There is no competition, and it's just going to get worse. So I think, rather than focusing on the contract, if I were going to guess, I'd say that would be a further increase next year because the market is moving in that direction. I think we need to be looking outside of the box and trying to understand. I know we have a fairly healthy balance for risk management issues, and I think we should be focusing on what is our policy, how we're going to do this, and a good first start with that would be more information for this board in terms of what those claims have been, what subrogation was undertaken, and what's possible. But I have to say, if at this point in the cycle we've had a 26% increase in cost, then we should be budgeting appropriately, because I don't see that coming down on the basis of a new procurement contract when we're going to be procuring from Zurich, with Zurich, against Zurich, and nobody else.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stewart.
It's following on from Councillor Simpson's point. Is I note that we're going to take our own full procurement process of our own, but is it worth us making requests of the purchasing organisations that we occasionally purchase frameworks of to say, what are you doing to generate market competition in this area to a framework? Because that would be potential savings for all local authorities in the country, which we then could buy in.
Alison, and then back to Councillor Simpson.
Just to say, in terms of the tendering exercise for insurance, we've got a broker that we work with, so they will scan the market and have the knowledge of the market. We haven't got that knowledge internally.
So Simpson.
I know you're a broker. Chairman, there is a great opportunity. If municipal mutual used to be a mutual for local authorities. If local authorities joined together and formed an association mutual, you'd save 12% up front because you wouldn't have to pay insurance premium tax. There are opportunities, there are things that could be done. And honestly, the broker will do what the broker has to do to earn his fee. If you stick a rod hot poker in the broker's direction, they might do a bit more work. So this has an expert.
Okay. Well, on that note, I'm not happy to, but I will, obviously, understanding the circumstances, propose this from the chair, but also suggest that you perhaps have, Councillor Simpson, have a conversation with Alison around that idea of joining, even if it was Warwickshire. I know that the town and parishes are insured with Zurich as well, and they have some of the same issues. So even if it was a local municipal authority, that could be set up. Maybe that's an opportunity. A financial opportunity for us to act in a more business-like manner.
And not to prolong it, but you don't have to go the whole hog. If a number of authorities joined together to fund the deductible, and we took a large deductible and funded it, we saved IBT on that too. So there is a great opportunity to save money just by tweaking the way it works. Sounds like Councillor Stewart knows about this as well, so I'd be very happy to have a conversation. We can, anybody else who does. But I think
take that offline and work on that. But I'd be happy to look at a different option as part of the tender process, because obviously we want to, if like you say, we'd be tendering with Zurich against Zurich, it's not really satisfying much of a procurement process, is it? But if it's an alternative option against Zurich, then that actually could be something meaningful for us as a body to look at. Yeah, happy? So against this, I've proposed this from the chair, reluctantly with the increased cost, but understanding what that's about. Do I have a second? Councillor Simpson, thank you very much. All in favour? Thank you, that's carried. Agenda item 10, agenda item 11, the capital programme 23-24 final position. So these are the items that we're carrying forward into the 24-25 budget that we've talked about before, that where we have expenditure from the private prior year that spans different financial years, that we have that carry forward scheme. So it's I don't think there's a huge level of question on that. We work on a new capital programme in January time. I think we need to have some conversations about what sits on there and what's carrying across, but and what the figures are for that. Maybe look at some revisions. But in the meantime, I'm happy to carry forward those that are suggested and propose that from the chair. If there are any questions on that, or if anyone else supports that.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Councillor Barnett. All in favour? Thank you, that's carried. Capital programme, and then moving on to agenda item 12, which is the housing revenue account budgetary control report. Again, the money that goes into the housing revenue account is from the rents, and we do need to prioritise and work on compliance-led initiatives that utilise that fund. There is financial pressure in that account. There is financial pressure because obviously compliance has increased and continues to do so. So when we look at the budget for in January for the following year, some of the things we need to look at there are, how do you prioritise? Over what length of time term do you prioritise? Is that, Angela's talked about a 30-year plan, housing stuff. So it's not a 12-month issue. It's things we've got to do, which we're well aware of from a compliance point of view. Fire doors in the wake of the Grenfell report that's due tomorrow. There'll be more compliance issues on properties. So, those have got to be the priorities, and working out a strategy about how we prioritise and what we prioritise, and whether or not we have to mitigate any of those priorities to the regulator based on the money that comes in, because obviously that's a restricted amount of money. We don't get to choose what we put that up by because that's government-led. So we're not in control of our income, and we're also not necessarily always, because of compliance, in control of our expenditure. So there's a huge financial pressure in that, and that will continue and probably get worse. So we do need to be clear about our priorities. But for now, I think that's reasonable what's in there. But we know we need to work on that going forward. You got any other comment on that, Angela? Are you happy with that? No, thank you. Anyone else got any comments on that? Not then, I'll move that from the chair. Do I have a second? Councillor Clues, thank you very much. All in favour? Thank you, that's carried. Agenda item 13, internal audit progress report. Obviously we have internal audit here with us. To take us through that report, or to highlight anything, or if there's any questions. I would just like to say what's required of us tonight is to note the audit activity. But I am really pleased with the report. I think it's really easy to read. I think it's really easy to understand where we are and where the progress is. And obviously there's a lot more work that we need to do to put some of those, to increase those assurance levels. But this gives us real information and insight into what we need to do to get there. So I'm quite happy about that. Any other comments for anyone else? So he's here, so let's take the opportunity to ask questions. Brilliant. Councillor Simpson.
Thanks, John. It won't surprise you, I'm going to ask the same question I do almost every time. Are we going to hit the number of internal audit reports that we have scheduled? Because we don't seem to have a great track record of actually doing the audit work that we set ourselves the task of doing. And I'm fairly concerned that we are only getting a score of reasonable on our key financial controls. I would hope that we're doing better than reasonable.
Well, if you look at the little pie chart, you've got no assurance, limited assurance, reasonable assurance, and substantial. So when you look at the proportions and the likelihood of being substantial if you look at the blue section. I think reasonable is where the majority of reports will be. But substantial is looking at some areas of best practice, which obviously we aspire to be, but we've had some limited, we've had some no assurance, and one of the reasons Kat's here today is that we had no assurance, didn't we, on some of the waste. So obviously we asked her at the last meeting to come back to follow up on that. So do you want to comment on that at all, Kat? This might be a good time to pick on that.
But if I've read it properly,
yeah,
we only just got reasonable. We were not like
we're not solid in the green section yet. We're just over the line, yeah. So if we, I know. And then on the IT health check further in, there's again here on the income collection for leisure centres, only about a third of the way into limited, maybe even a quarter of the way. So yeah, there's substantial work to do, I think. But what this gives us is that information which we didn't see in quite such good detail before. So from a reporting point of view, for us to scrutinise, I think this is much better information. And taking your first point, the audit plan, if you actually look at the different assignments, there are 1, 2, 3, 6 that aren't started yet. Everything else is either at draft report or in progress or allocated, or the initial follow-up's been completed. So it's looking much more promising to me than it has in the past. I would like to, to comment. It's a lot better in my view than it was. Councillor Watson.
Yeah, Chair, just to follow up on that report, I think, as you say, the report, the report is good. We can read the report. It's easy to do. Don't necessarily like what some of it's telling us, but actually that's the whole point of audit. It's actually being consciously incompetent and know what you need to do. So I think the report, the format of the report gives us that.
That's Roswell.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd just like to a word of caution about just one single word, but it says reasonable. As we've all probably heard.
Yes, single word.
There's a lot more work that's gone into that report than that one word that it comes out reasonable or outstanding or whatever. So it's just that we're all mindful that that one word doesn't always necessarily reflect all of the work that's gone into it.
No, and I think that you're right, but audit is a bit like that. It's either you either have assurance from your testing or you don't. And and where you've got assurances, but there's still action plan required and activity that could make that better. We've got the action status here, future actions required, closed future action, and the actions due, and it's sort of RAG rated as well, which I like. Just to bring in Kath there, just before bringing Owen, you were talking about the waste element because you had health and safety. One of the reasons Kath's come is about this internal audit, because when we had the health and safety internal audit, there was some concerns and we asked for a follow-up to come back to this board. Obviously, Kath's here today to talk about that.
Thank you, Chair. We were really conscious that there was a no assurance on the audit, and this is a really important part of work for us. The guys who are out every day, their safety has to be our number one priority. It's not just what we do, it's how we do it. And a couple of things have happened since that no assurance audit. We now have a new waste manager, a young man called Jamie Cope, who some of you may have interacted with. And not only has he absolutely taken on board to, prioritise a lot of the actions that were in the recommendations in the report, but he's also really worked hard on the culture. So a number of the things we're doing, we did things like toolbox talks before, but we now do that weekly. We really encourage people to tell us about near misses and accidents, even though they don't translate into something worse, because that helps us to get in at that ground level and deal with that. We also have now engaged BIFA. BIFA have an external monitoring system. We have cameras on our trucks, and in effect, they carry out health and safety audits daily on our behalf using the cameras on our vehicles. And they give us a report every week to show us whether staff are using the appropriate PPE, they're not riding on the backs of trucks, and various things that, you can get into some, in the speed of doing things, you can get into some bad habits and things like that. We've invested, all the drivers have now been made charge hands. We're really investing in their health and safety training. And a lot of it wasn't necessarily that we weren't doing things, but we weren't recording it. So if ever anybody was going to come in and say to us, you know, where's your evidence that you've trained your loaders, or you've got this information on your HR files, we had some information, but not complete information. So we completely worked with HR and with IT to look at ways in which we can do that. We've improved all the compliance reporting in terms of the HGV vehicles. The one outstanding action on there is about a transport system. It's in the queue with IT. It's not that we're not doing things at the moment. We're sticking with the paper records, and we're making sure that we audit those at intervals. But it would be a lot easier in terms of having a transport compliance system, which is in the future work programme, but we're not quite there yet. But in terms of all of the recommendations from the audit, pretty much now all of them have been completed and are being embedded, are quite well embedded in that team now. We're not complacent. You can never be complacent in this area of work. We'll always continue to update those safe systems of work. But I just wanted to record that we have done, you know, we have done quite a lot of work in this area, and we have provided a report back to audit in terms of all of the work and the actions that we've now taken, and we'll continue to improve on that as we go forward.
Thank you, and thank you for coming back, because I think all of us were quite alarmed that from a health and safety point of view, we have no assurance as our internal audit judgment, if you like, but obviously those steps have been taken. If that were to go back round the loop again, and is that because that was no assurance, is that due to go back round the loop again within sort of 12 months?
We will keep an eye on it, Joe. It's one of the things we do. I mean, we are changing the way internal audit works now at North Warwickshire. And it's always been follow-up audits, done a separate audits each time. But what we're trying to move to, and if things happen with North Warwickshire and how they interact with the Central Midlands Audit Partnership, if they take on board that, then we don't do follow-up audits. What we have is an audit management system where officers can go in and actually update the recommendations themselves, real time, effectively.
So they go on there, they allocate them to someone, and then they're completed. So you can see, you don't need to go around again, because you can see that action's been completed. And do they have to put some evidence with that?
Oh yeah, we don't. We always want evidence. I mean, we do have one or two, a couple of officers every now and then throughout the partnership who decide that, they tell us that something's been implemented. Then when we say, can you send us the evidence? We don't hear from them for a bit. Well, they try and concoct something. But it's what we try to do is, rather than wait for a separate audit to come along in the next financial year, as target dates come up, the system will contact the person and say, this has now reached its implementation date, what's the status? And the more proactive officers will already have gone in there and said, well, we've done this now, let's go on. So that's something that may well happen in the future, depending on how the council decides to take its audit forward. I mean, I can update you. This report's now actually out of date, to be honest. There's quite a few things moved on. One of the things I would like to point out is that the recommendation on page, it's 201 of the pack, the housing repairs annual gas safety check, that's now been implemented. It was saying there that with the signed contract hadn't come to light, now come to light, and the recommendation's been implemented. So that will now disappear off our radar. That one.
Oh, no. That's what we like to.
And so just to take a bit more about the plan and our achievement of the plan. As a partnership, we look to try and achieve 90% of the plan in any financial year. Now, any audit section that says they achieve 100% of the plan is few and far between. I mean, I'm now coming across some colleagues at county councils not even having an audit plan, so I'm not sure how they actually achieve conformance with the public sector internal audit standards. I mean, you have to have some sort of audit. At some of our partners, we don't have an annual plan, we have a quarterly plan, so we can react to changes in risk and things like that. But what I would say now is that we've added in that the hackney carriage and taxi licensing one is now underway. The health and safety one that we brought in for Alison and Kath contacted us about that one. That's now approaching the draft report stage. We've got one item to just have a look at, which is to talk to the chief exec about his role in it and what his thoughts are. So once that's done, then that report will be drafted. We've got draft reports now on fly tipping We've also, the homelessness one is moving on. Again, I need to have a check about whether the audit has actually picked up various things, sort of Angela a bit earlier, whether he's actually picked up the things that are happening with the new strategy, etc. Capital programme is virtually now complete. And we're already assigning some of the other ones on there, quality, diversity and inclusion will be one, and the information governance one, which is going to be a big area, covering FOIs, data breaches, subject access requests, that type of thing, just so we can make sure that we can give assurance that that North Warwickshire won't ever get a consensual audit from the ICO. I'm being interviewed next week at work from about one of the partners. They're having a consensual audit from the ICO, which is consensual audit means, they ask you, would you like that audit? And if you say no, they still come and do it anyway. So,
wow, so we can do without that right now, I should imagine. Thank you. I had Mark there.
Chairman, could we have an update on what happened to the contract with Shore Maintenance Limited?
What page are you looking at?
Sorry, that's done.
Just said that, yeah.
Yeah, he was just saying that that's what's been updated. This report's slightly out of date.
Did we simply lose it?
Don't look at me, I didn't, honestly.
I didn't say not me.
You were looking at me, I saw it.
It implies someone else did, but it makes it clear who.
My guilty conscience.
Okay, so do you want to follow up on that, or do we want to?
Well, I'm concerned that there clearly was in the past the opportunity to lose significant documents. If you have a contract and you haven't signed it, it doesn't exist. So as part of the audit, if you like, I'd like to be assured that we have a clear process for understanding where those documents are. So we've got a record of where they are and where they're stored.
Yeah, I think so.
And
You
then
said
be a contract register.
that's well, we have got one, and that was what SupDev said through that audit, because this particular contract couldn't be found within legal, and therefore we've got the copy of it from the contractor. So it was signed, it was sealed, and all done, and we've got the it's a bit embarrassing, but anyway, we've got the contract off the contractor. And I think one of SupDev's recommendations is that we just need to make sure that we follow our rules and we don't use these documents. Obviously, they're really, really important. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay. Anything else?
It's just, I'd say it's a good report. It's relatively easy to follow and it does show progression. I would like to hear a bit more about, it's not like a report from health and safety. I think it's great. I think it's fantastic that our officers have been extremely proactive in making the workplace safer and more dynamic. It was shocking in this last report how some of the practices in IT were particularly amazing, and someone works in IT. And it's similar to how we've had some feedback about the health and safety changes. I want to know a bit more about some of the changes that we've done with IT and some things that people plan to go forward.
Well, on the cybersecurity side.
Cybersecurity, so that backup, mail filtering and things like that. Substantial leaders as well. Yeah, there's substantial things with the IT. And the IT seems to have moved to very good. Now, someone who works on IT, some of that can be done through practice and can be done for expenditure. It just seems to be strange that we've lurched from what looked pretty bad to being pretty good. I would like to know sort of how we've done that really without spending.
Okay.
So
and is it sustainable?
Is it sustainable? Yeah. I mean, if it's just
embedded.
practice training, then that's good. But really, is the resilience there? Is the backups there? We'll be ready for a ransom attack. What's our backup strategy? Is it external, internal? We've got cloud backup. There's so much there that is so much deeper. Is that all been taken into account?
Okay, well, we've had Kath come back and report back at this one, so maybe then when we go around the cycle again and go through the next internal audit report, we do IT. Just a quick one from me, and then I'll come to Ray. Where you've got a significant, moderate, or low risk, is there a target timeline on the action to be delivered? Is it sort of 6 weeks for a red priority one? Is there a timeline, or is it?
We don't normally have a timeline, Chair, because it depends on the recommendation itself. I tend to find, certainly if we use IT as an example, quite often they are a lot more complex to implement and also take more time. In a lot of cases where it's IT systems, it's getting hold of the provider of that system as well and getting them on board to do those type of things. What we look to is if we do a significant recommendation, we'd have a look at when we think what the officers are suggesting is, something that we'd agree with. But we always that's why we have a shorter time frame on when we report things through to committees. For example, with significant risks, once they go 3 months over, and from our point of view, that's quite a serious issue because they've said, well, it's going to take us 9 months to do. But if they can't do it in that 9 months and they're then gone to 12 months, what is the issue? I'm not so worried about low ones, but then if you do leave the low risks for too
So
long,
become moderate and
that's
they
the
move up.
problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, we do. Although we don't set a timeline, we do monitor how they are implementing things.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Okay. It was just on the health and safety thing that Kath raised, but I think there's some good moves forward. It just jogged my memory that the operatives that use the mowers, you see them not using their rollover cages quite regularly.
Okay.
Is that something that could be audited?
Well, so much, I suppose, from that point of view, if that's an observation, then we'll take that away from this meeting for you to investigate.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The bar that goes over the top. Sometimes you see them down.
Thank you. If you see anything on a day-to-day basis when you are always email Kath, because actually, obviously health and safety is all our responsibilities. If we see something, we just say, well, I'll mention it next meeting. The next meeting might be 2 months away. So if we see anything, just drop a note to Kath. Thank you. Well, I'm really happy with that in lots of ways, but obviously there's huge amounts of work to do. I'm happy to propose that we note that from the chair. Do I have a second for that? Councillor Watson, all in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll move to our agenda item 14 now, which is the exclusion of the press and public. I'll just read this bit out while you sort your bits and pieces out. To consider in accordance with section 100A of the Local Government Act 1972, whether it is in the public interest that the public and press be excluded from the meeting for the following items of business, on the grounds that they involve the likely disclosure of exempt information as defined by Schedule 12A to the Act. Propose and seconded for that? Phillips, thank you very much. All in favour? That's carried. Thank you.